And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the interim Clearwater County Council meeting for September 8th, 2025. All meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access of Information and Protection of Privacy Acts. I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda for today. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on now to item, oh, sorry. I apologize. I didn't see your
Thank you,
COM. Sorry.
May I trouble council for an addition to the agenda under 9.2 local body confidences, ATI section 28, please?
Okay. All right. So I will ask. So with that, as far as protocol and procedures, we would then resend. No, we've already made the motion to adopt the agenda. Sorry, it was my fault. I didn't look up. Okay, Councillor Lougheed will withdraw his motion. All right, so then motion then to amend the agenda with the addition. Oh no, we have to go to motion to amend. Who would like to make that motion? Okay, Councillor Northcott will make the motion to amend. Councillor Ratcliffe.
What was the amendment again? Section?
Section 9. Under 9.2, Councillor Ratcliffe, local public body confidences.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so motion to amend by Councillor Northcott. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Now motion to amend the agenda.
Sure.
Councillor Cermak makes the motion with the addition. All those in favor? And that is carried as well. Okay, I think I's are dotted, T's are crossed. All right, so moving on into the agenda, section 4, bylaws. It is item 4.1, which is the consideration of second and third reading of bylaw 25/05.
We need it.
Oh, sorry.
Minutes.
Oh, we forgot the minutes. Yeah, I was so excited today.
I appreciate that.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, so it is the regular council meeting. Any errors or omissions in those minutes? If not, looking for a motion to adopt those or accept those minutes. Councillor Ratcliffe makes that motion. Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Now moving on to the bylaws section, item 4.1, which is consideration of second and third reading for bylaw 25/050 for the adoption of the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw to repeal and replace Clearwater County LUB 714/01 and the Caroline LUB 450. I'll turn it over to Ms. Gillum.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, Council. So the newest draft land use bylaw, version 7 with track changes can be found attached to this agenda item. Administration along with the consultant made changes to draft version 6 that was presented at the public hearing, which are reflected in version 7. Those changes were based on direction received from council during 2 combined meetings of the Land Use Bylaw Public Advisory Committee and the Steering Committee after the public hearing was held and comments received. During these meetings, committee members gave direction to enhance public communication and education of the proposed updates and changes within the Land Use Bylaw. Administration prepared and published a wrap in the Western Star on September 3rd, identifying the below highlights and information. I just brought it with me today as a reference. So the goal of this Land Use Bylaw update is not to increase regulations to the majority of county residents, but to provide a transparent, equitable, and clear process for planning and development in the county, which has made the document longer in some areas. The bylaw also aims to provide increased standards, consultation, and oversight to uses that may have larger scale impacts in the county. The bylaw update was designed to align with the municipal development plan by protecting farmer and landowner rights, providing increased housing choice, and ensuring commercial and industrial operations are compatible with residential uses. Additionally, the bylaw was updated to align with changes made in the Municipal Government Act over the last 24 years. The existing land use bylaw was outdated and incorrect in processes and agencies. The update reflects current provincial regulation. And then some key highlights: the incorporation of the Caroline land use bylaw, including all of its land use districts. Additional housing options were added to allow for multi-generational living and to adapt to the changing housing preferences that we hear are desired across Clearwater County. This includes secondary suites. RVs can be used more freely, with more options for on-site storage of personal RVs, as well as using them for temporary housing in certain situations. The existing land use bylaw had lots of overlap between land use districts. Reducing districts from 36 to 22 aligns with the municipal development plan goals of simplifying processes and business friendliness, while also ensuring appropriate planning oversight and discretion on planning in the county. For example, the bylaw will now have only one industrial district, and it combined industrial, light industrial, Caroline industrial, and also Nordic industrial. Broader, clearer categories and full expanded definitions section. Direct control districts for high impact or sensitive developments such as aggregate and compassionate care. 20% variance rule to allow the development officer flexibility to consider a relaxation on unique proposals, and over and above that would go to the Municipal Planning Commission. CCANs allowed in the majority of districts when they follow the policies within the land use bylaw. Agriculture fencing has no restrictions, and perimeter fencing allowed in Nordic North with restrictions. And then short-term rentals are now a discretionary use with a temporary development permit allowing for appeal. So going forward, there will be annual reviews of the land use bylaw for our after adoption, keeping it current. So this way it won't hopefully get turned into as much of a Frankenstein document as our previous land use bylaw with little changes here and there. We'll do a kind of a complete review and make suggestions every year. This is now a policy in the land use bylaw as well, so it'll get done. This is a living document and subject to review and continuous revisions, just as it has been. It is a living document and will evolve as the community's needs change. Administration also created a clean version of the land use bylaw for your reference. It can be found at the link in this item. I would like to note one error. While cleaning up the track changes document, the change to delete duplexes from the Hamlet Residential District, which was directed with the creation of the new Hamlet Multi-Dwelling District, got rejected. So on page 147 of your agenda package, dwelling duplex should be crossed out like the other multi-unit residences in that district. So that was just a small error that I found when reviewing again. The most up-to-date maps that form part of the land use bylaw and indicate each property's land use designation can be found on the land use bylaw rewrite page of the county website. The maps were also included in the public hearing agenda item presented on July 24th at the special council meeting. Minor changes have been made to the maps based on the changes proposed in version 7, which was the addition of the Hamlet multi-dwelling district. So at the regular council meeting held on June 24th, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading with amendments to bylaw 25050. A public hearing was held as part of the special council meeting on July 24th at the Caroline LUB. And upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to the bylaw for the adoption of the new land use bylaw. And that's it for me at the moment, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. All right, so we have the draft agenda ahead in front of, the draft LUB for version 7 in front of us. Consideration for second and third reading. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. I have a few thoughts and opinions that I'd like to say about the LUB bylaw. My thoughts and opinions on the LUB bylaw. I feel that we have spent enough time and more than enough taxpayer dollars on a damn good bylaw. It's not perfect by any means, but then we don't live in a perfect world. There is always room for improvement, and much has been improved in the new LUB from the previous one written in 2001. And now I'm going to explain. The team was a PAC committee, administration, council, and our consultant. The public has been given many opportunities to include their opinions and thoughts. The team has done many of the changes and ideas identified by everyone involved, with lengthy discussions on several issues brought forward. This bylaw will be reviewed annually, as already previously said, and changes will be discussed and considered at that time. As there has already been many thousands of taxpayers' dollars spent on the LUB bylaw to date, I see no sound reason to delay the second and third reading of this bylaw. So I will make a motion for second reading of bylaw 25-050 right now.
Thank you for the motion. Councillor Cermak. So we'll focus our discussion on second reading and any other comments on second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting second reading today for a number of reasons, but the biggest one being the phone calls that I got this weekend. This wrap, I think, truly did get out to people. And I actually had a phone call from somebody upset and begging me to vote in favor for this because she desperately needs secondary suites. And I mean, I've had numerous phone calls on this, but that one in general really hit home to me because of the reasons she needed it. I'm not explaining that here today because that's not fair to this individual. But my other residents that have contacted me have asked me things like, why would you support this? I would support it, and I'm going to support it here today, because there's now 30 things in ag alone that don't require a permit. Things like CCANs, things like RV storage, things like camping, things like direct market sales, so many things that my residents need and want. There's now 10 things that are permitted uses where there was only 4 before. There's now 31 discretionary uses where there was 14 before. This document, and that's just in ag. Like we can do this for every district if we need to, but that's just in ag, and shows that we are truly trying to give people the rights to their land back. As you said, Deputy Reeve, it's not perfect, which is why there'll be an annual review. There will be some growing pains with this, but in the end, I think that we can mitigate those growing pains by that annual review. Also, as the chair of the Municipal Planning Commission, it has been very difficult to work with both the land use bylaw from the Village of Caroline and our land use bylaw. This will make it so that those two bylaws can be together in one better document. And I'm hopeful that the annual review will get rid of any of the growing pains that goes with this document.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Yes, this land use bylaw has been quite a journey. There's been unprecedented public involvement. It may not have been done entirely as intended, but here we are. I would have liked the document to go much further in removing some of the restrictions on how people use their property. This LUB, the draft, has been updated to remove a lot of old issues like CCANs, and it also removes many restrictions that were really not being enforced in Nordegg in particular. And a key addition that's already been mentioned is the requirement for an annual review. So it can truly be a living document and not get stale or Frankenstein has been already mentioned. So I will support second reading for the positive changes it contains and leave the rest of the work to the next council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Is there any more comments or questions in regards to the motion for second reading before I call the question? Councillor Northcott?
Good morning, everybody. It's been very clear to me that the public, or the majority of residents, have not been in support of this land use bylaw rewrite project. It is on revision 7, which I think there's been too many revisions, and just shows that the document, I think there was an opportunity to create an improved land use bylaw rewrite project here, but I think that clearly didn't happen since we're on revision 7. So in good faith, I will not be supporting. I'll not be supporting this motion. That's all.
Okay. Any other further questions or comments before? Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and just from my perspective, I think this has been an exhaustive process that has started out with the intent to create a more usable document, one that addresses things that in the existing document were simply wrong or not really reflective of our community. This is a document that is to serve the community, and I believe we have a document here that will prove that out over time, that it is much more approachable, much less intrusive. It allows a greater freedom to use your property as you see fit, and I think we've incorporated that through there, and that has been an exhaustive process. It has taken a long rewrite process to get it right, and I think we've got it much more right than wrong, and I will be supporting the motion before us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor North thought perhaps I have a different perspective on the number of drafts. For me, the number of drafts is indicative and reflective of the ability for this council to change and pivot based on what we hear from the public. If we weren't willing to change and pivot based on what we hear, we could have just stayed at draft 1, but we didn't. We changed and we pivoted based on what the PAC committee said, based on what the steering committee inputted, and based on what the public said. So I disagree with the opinion that multiple drafts somehow makes it bad. I think it makes it better, because it showed that we were willing to listen and make the changes where the public saw that they were required.
All right, any other further comments or questions before I call the question on second reading? I will be supporting second reading. I think this is a document. Many of the comments I echo from the councillors here around the table. I do feel that it is our due diligence and part of our fiduciary duty as we've been going through this process to allow the next council to start with a fresh slate, and they can make the changes as they see fit in the next year or in a year from now. I think it's also an opportunity for administration to really use this new bylaw as it was intended. I think that is where we're never going to see these most of these issues. Administration will bring them forward as they come up, but I think this is something that will actually hopefully eliminate red tape and it'll help the ease with development permits going forward, and for the MPC as well. So that would be my comment. Councillor Gibson.
I will be supporting this bylaw. That you've done an awful lot of work on it. We have listened to the public. We can't please everybody, but we're hoping to please the majority of people that will be using this document. It also will be easier for the staff to use it. There's less incumbents to it. And I feel that it's unfair to not pass it and hand it over to the next council because of the work that you have done. And so I will be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm seeing no other lights. I will call the question. All those in favor of second reading? And those opposed? And that motion is carried. Looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Ratcliffe. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I'm pleased to make the motion to grant third reading to bylaw 25/050 for the adoption of that bylaw and to repeal and replace the old land use bylaw 714/01 and the Caroline land use bylaw 450.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call the question? Councillor Northcott.
I'd just like to request a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Mello.
Again, I will be supporting third reading here today for the reasons I expressed before, but also because I believe in the work the PAC committee did. That was something really groundbreaking that we did, having the community members apply to be on a committee to build that document. Deputy Reeve Cermak already had mentioned that. And I I value the work that they put in and the efforts that they put into that. So I just wanted to thank them, actually, for all of their effort. The PAC committee worked very hard and gave up a lot of their own time to put towards building this document. So thank you to all of those members. And I truly hope that this council and the next and the ones after that see the value in public advisory committees and continue to utilize them for whichever documents need to be rebuilt next.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing, but I think we also need to mention our appreciation for staff that spent long hours working through these 7 different versions to continue to get it better to the point that it is now, I hope, be accepted.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Cermak?
I find it very interesting that I have received, and one of the PAC members, we have talked lately about it, and there, I think he listed 3 counties other than ours that are very interested in what we have come up with, that they are looking very, very much at our version, and they are going to look at probably adopting most of the hard work that our administration done. And I think that really puts a feather in our hat, what we done, like Councillor Monhouse said, with the PAC committee, the consultant, everybody involved in this, and the hard work that our administration has done. We are a leader in this, and I think we deserve a feather in our cap for that. And I take my hat off to the Planning Commission for the planning department of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lyon?
Thank you. I think I would be remiss if I didn't extend my appreciation as well to the entire steering committee, the PAC committee, administration, our consultant. This has been an exhaustive process. I think a groundbreaking approach to a rewrite of a land use bylaw that other municipalities are looking to Clearwater County for leadership as they have in the past. And I think we've shown that and demonstrated that leadership. And I would just say that as I walk through these doors each day, there are 2 declarations out there that really indicate our vision, indicate our purpose, and indicate our values. And I think we've been consistent with those values as a council, as a organization overall. And I think staying true, just true to the course. It's sometimes difficult to do the right thing, but it doesn't mean because it's not easy that we shouldn't continue to move forward. And I think that's what we've done here, and we've stayed consistent to those vision, principles, and values. And so that's why I'll be supporting 3rd reading.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, I will be supporting 3rd reading as well. I think this new LUB is got some good, we've organized it well. I really like the guide at the beginning. I think that is something new. I think that's something that's going to help get our residents through that development permit process. So that's just one of the newer things that I think, yeah, it added a page or 2, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's going to make things a lot easier for our residents to use. So anyway, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of 3rd reading? And those opposed? Motion is carried. 3rd reading is passed. All right. Can we get you? Thank you. Very much so. Very much so. That's why I was excited to come today. I thought it was. All right, moving on now, we'll go to the first reading of item 4.2, first reading for bylaw 25/055, application 31/25 to amend the land use bylaw, and I will be looking to Mr. Bisson to bring the background, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and good morning, Council. So this is actually an amendment to bylaw 25-050 for Garth and Teresa Copy. They have applied to redesignate 3.6 acres of the Southwest 1538-6 west of the 5th, containing 155.22 acres from Agriculture District A to Country Residence District CRA. The subject property is located approximately 13 kilometers southeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The proposed land use amendment will be considered by council on October 14th for a public hearing. And it is for the creation of a residential subdivision to create separate title. The proposal is considered the third title or second parcel subdivision within the quarter. The site is described as being fairly flat, and it does contain a residence and a few ancillary buildings. It's serviced with a water well and septic field. Vegetation is described as a mix of trees surrounding the residence and pasture to the east of the developed site. Legal and physical access to the proposed parcel can be achieved off Range Road 6-3, the Arbutus Road, adjacent to the west property boundary. The remainder of the subject land is described as having a gentle slope upwards towards the northeast. It is mainly cleared pasture land, and the first parcel out was taken out of the northwest portion in 2000. The first parcel out is subject to a boundary adjustment that has been applied for, and that boundary adjustment will bring the existing property boundary of the existing acreage to the south boundary of the proposed parcel that you're considering today. So that's why you see a little bit of a gap between the two parcels. Access to the remainder of the quarter can be achieved off Township Road 38-2, adjacent to the south property boundary. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural, with a few residential parcels and one crown quarter directly to the west. The subject land does contain some environmentally significant wetland, which is located in the southwest portion of the quarter section. However, the land to be redesignated does not affect any of the land encompassed in that wetland. So as we move on to policy considerations, it is for the redesignation of 3.6 acres in the northwest portion of the quarter. Legal and physical access exists. Staff have reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. And so it's our recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 25-055 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Are there any questions for Mr. Bisson this morning? Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. What is the septic system on this? Does it meet the setbacks or will it need to be replaced?
My understanding is it is a septic field, and the applicants are bringing in a survey sketch to indicate that for the public hearing.
Okay, follow up. What's the reason for leaving the middle piece that we have a subdivision, the proposed new, but then there's this middle island in between?
Sure. So the first parcel out that exists there, it is subject to a boundary adjustment right now. They are going to take some land off the south end of that existing parcel and they'll add it to the north portion. There will be no gap. It will the existing first parcel out will abut the proposed south boundary of the second parcel out.
Okay, so I'm just gonna reiterate so I make sure I fully understand. Boundary adjustment taking off the south and then fully engulf, I know that's probably not the word, sorry, take out that island piece that's there, so that it's no longer on its own.
That is correct, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. I will make the motion for first reading so we can see how the public feels about this particular application.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any other comments on the motion or this application for first reading? I don't think it makes sense. All right, so then I will call the question. All those in favor of first reading? And that motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on then to the item 4.3, which is the first reading for bylaw 25/052, application 25/25 to amend the land use bylaw. Good morning, Ms. Bailey. Good morning.
Morning.
You can proceed when you're ready.
So as you had said, this is first reading for bylaw 25/52 for application 2825 to amend the land use bylaw. Grizzly Energy Holding holds title to the southwest of 16, 38 of 4. The land is located approximately 3.5 miles south of Highway 11 and half a mile west of the Wall Street Road. The proposal is to redesignate 7 acres from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. Should the land use amendment be successful, the applicants intend to subdivide the 7-acre parcel to create a third title from the quarter section. The proposal is in the southeast quadrant of the quarter section, abutting Township Road 38-2, adjacent to the south property boundary. Access to the proposal can be obtained the same. The proposal is flat residential site, complete with a residence and ancillary structures, and the septic system is a mound. The balance of the quarter section is relatively flat to gently rolling agricultural land. There is no other residential development within the land. However, there is a 0.92 acre oil and gas meter station located in the northwest to central portion of the quarter. This is an isolated parcel under its own title, and it was created in 1975. There are numerous pipelines and wells within the subject land, and referrals will be circulated should first reading be successful. Surrounding land uses are agricultural and residential. The policy will be very similar to Dustin's, but it is, we've included from the Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision and development regulations. And from the MDP, we've included subdivision on agricultural land. Do you want me to go through them in full? No? Okay. From the land use bylaw, I've included the section from the CRA district, and it talks about the appropriate sizes being 4 to 7 acres. So for policy consideration, the proposed redesignation complies with the MGA, MDP, and LUB. The proposal is the third title. It's an existing yard site, not impacting existing agricultural operations. It has suitable access and services can meet the requirements from the new boundaries and aligns with the CRA district. The redesignation request is in combination with the subdivision application and create the separate title. And the existing first parcel out that's been created was an isolated parcel for industry. If council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Bailey? Councillor Reglin.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Reeve Swanson. The oil and gas site there, how is that, what's the land classification for, is that industrial?
No.
I guess I'm getting to that this is really the first residential parcel out.
This is the first
on the
residential
site.
parcel, yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe it is industry.
It may be agriculture, because a lot of industry land is just on ag land, and we don't typically rezone it, but it's either industry or ag zoning.
This is kind of a one-off. You don't see this doesn't happen
Yeah.
anymore.
It's a stranded parcel. It's not, yeah.
Yes, okay. One more.
Yep.
There's a bit of an isolated parcel there in the southeast corner of an acre or so. Is there a plan for that?
No,
Just be continued farmed?
it will remain agricultural. The way they have the 7 acres encompasses all the structures in that existing yard site, and the septic system can meet within it. That's why they chose that area.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Mello?
Most of my questions have been answered as well, because I was curious about you said 1975?
Yes.
Yeah, because now, for the most part, it is leases. They don't typically take title anymore. So then that would have been the first residential parcel, as Councillor Radcliffe had indicated. It's an interesting one. What would it look like to bring the north down, like closer to those buildings, and extend out towards the east so that there isn't that that strip.
That is something that council could recommend. They propose this just to encompass all the structures and services that were on their site.
Right? Thank you.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you. And I guess my question is more related to the first parcel out. Our guidelines today wouldn't allow for a parcel, an isolated parcel in the middle of a quarter section without legal and physical access?
That's
would it?
correct.
And so this is somewhat of an anomaly on this particular piece of land, or do we have, this is the first time I've seen in my 8 years of looking at these kind of things, it's the first time I've seen one of those.
There are a couple in the county. Like you said, we don't see them at all. Like it's kind of a one-off. And it's something that we've added to the list to review for the municipal development plan when a parcel is created like this for industry, that maybe we could do the second title or the third title just with the planning commission or the chair.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. To me, this is an easy one. It's an existing parcel. It's really the first residential parcel on that property. So I will make the motion to grant first reading to bylaw 25/052.
Thank you for the
Proceed
motion.
to a public hearing.
Sorry. Thank you for the motion. I look at this and as the question that Councillor Mella had brought up is like, you know, bringing it down and bringing it over so that there's no little bit of an opportunity. But I mean, should our LUB or MDP be a little bit more open, we could, and added more acres to that, that would have been just a smaller, or sorry, a little larger acreage to fill that gap. But unfortunately, our LUB and MDP don't allow for that. So probably would have been an 8 acres if we could have done that. Yeah. So with that, first reading's on the table. Any other comments, questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Now moving on then to item, I believe it's 4.4, which again is in regards to first reading for 25/057, and then application 30/25. Go ahead, Ms. Bealy again.
The applicants were planning on attending today, but I wasn't 100% sure on how soon our item would be, so I kind of gave her an approximate, so I'm sorry she's not here.
Oh, they are here. Oh,
Perfect.
please join us. Yeah, please join us.
Sorry, I didn't see them.
No, that's okay. Yeah, you can bring up a second chair. Good morning. We'll do a quick round of introductions as we start. So we'll start with introductions.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Ward 3.
Good morning, Shane. Brian Cermak, I'm councillor for Division number 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, Councillor for Ward 7.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Kim Gillen, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Christine Hager, Director of Planning and Emergency Services.
And I'm Holly Bealy. You guys can introduce yourself.
I'm Larry Weslowski.
Sheila Weslowski.
Okay, good morning. So Ms. Bealy, you go ahead with the background, please.
Thank you. So the applicants are here on behalf of Edward Keim Estates, who holds title to the southeast of 1137-6. The land is known as the Caroline Golf Course. It's located approximately 4 miles north of the hamlet of Caroline. The proposal is to redesignate the south half of the corridor section from the agricultural district to the recreation facility district. This land has multiple land designations. The north portion contains 80 acres and was redesignated RF in June of 1990 to accommodate the golf course. The south half remained under the agricultural designation. There is also a 2.41 acre CR parcel located in the northeast corner of the quarter section. Development permit 48/91 was granted for a 9-hole golf course and related facilities. All buildings associated with the golf course are located on the RF land in the north half of the quarter. Since then, an additional 9 holes were constructed on the south half of the quarter section. The applicants are looking to legalize the 18-hole golf course, which prompted the redesignation. The land is flat to rolling land, previously described as ideal terrain to accommodate a golf course. Access will not change and will continue to utilize the Caroline North Road adjacent to the east property boundary. Surrounding land uses are agricultural, residential, and crown land. The Cheddarville Natural Conservation Area and Clearwater River are located northwest of the subject land. So I've also included for policy considerations the Municipal Government Act matters related to subdivision development regulations, which I know Council is very familiar with. From the MDP, I've included the development of agricultural land, agricultural operations, and economic development, where we continue to recognize existing economic activities and promote economic development activities to enhance and diversify our local economy. Policy 721 general, the county shall encourage the expansion of existing businesses, and the county shall provide a variety of commercial land uses within the county in a variety of locations. Policy 7228 for tourism encourages tourism land uses, and the county recognizes the potential for recreational uses that have economic development and social interaction opportunities within the county. The county may allow large-scale and commercial operations and recreational uses subject to the ability to meet the requirements of the land use bylaw and obtain the required approvals. The county has the ability to ask for various studies from the applicants. The county shall require or shall consider impacts of the development, scale and density, site suitability, road requirements, and measures to mitigate the development. So from the land use bylaw, I've included the RF land designation, as well as the discretionary uses, which outline a golf course and driving range. So the redesignation is to accommodate a portion of the existing 18-hole golf course. There are no structures or services within the proposed redesignated land. Access exists and will not change. The golf course is operated for many years with no complaints noted on file. And if the amendment is successful, the applicants wish to proceed with a development permit to legalize the golf course. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is this a separate title as well, or is it still, it's all one title, it's just standalone designation change?
Yeah, it's all title. They just have a multi-designations within that title.
Okay.
Yeah, follow-up?
Yeah, please. This to me looks like obviously it is a legalization. You said there's no complaints on file for this property. I will make the motion for first reading and look forward to hearing what the public has to say at the public hearing.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions on the motion for first reading? Councillor Ratcliffe?
There. Finally got the button to work. Thank you. Thank you, Reeve. Is some of this land still being used for agriculture, or is it all dedicated to the golf course?
Dedicated to the golf course.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there's no further questions or comments in regards to the first motion for first reading, I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you for coming in today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on now to item 4.5, which is first reading for bylaw 25/054 and application number 27/25. Good morning, Mr. Conley. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Reeve. Deborah and Jerry Reglin currently hold title to Plan 0024448, Block 1, Lot 2, part of the Southeast 2437 of 8, containing 71.71 acres. The subject land is designated Agriculture District, and the subject property is located approximately 21 kilometers south of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The applicant is Invistech Consulting, and they have made application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate 5 acres from the Ag District to the CRA District. The remaining 66.71 will remain under its current designation. Pending the successful adoption of the land use amendment and the draft outline plan, the applicant and landowners will proceed with the subdivision application. The area subject to the application has varying topography and clusters of trees. The site is partially developed with residential shops, septic field, and water well. These are contained within the proposed boundaries, and access exists off Range Road 6-0. Administration's recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 25/054 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 714/01 to redesignate 5 acres. And then the second recommendation is that council review the draft Reglin outline plan and identify any additional information needed prior to consideration of second and third readings. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the applicant is also here on Teams.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Any questions or comments for the development officer or online? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. It looks like there's kind of 3 building sites. The one in the south central portion, is that a part of this parcel, or is that another parcel? On the other parcel?
In the
It is separate? Oh, okay. I couldn't tell. Thank you, that's all I had.
That's all right. Any other comments or questions on this application? Go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Eve. The last time we did outline plans and that process, it took several months. Is there enough time to actually accomplish this for this council to be making this decision? Because it took, the last outline plan we did took several months.
The last outline plan was for a multi-lot subdivision, if I remember correctly. So there was different studies that they had to do to provide for the council. It depends on which way council wishes to go today. If they need more information, it could take longer. But if this is straightforward and they're happy with what they've been provided, the public hearing could be first meeting in October.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gibbs?
Yes, it's an odd shape, so I'm just wondering why it comes down to an angle at the bottom.
That is so because that parcel has 2 accesses. One to the residence that's further west, and then a second one for the shop that's in the proposed parcel.
Okay, thank you.
So this just ensures that the house on the balance has access as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions for administration? Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Do you have the history on how 2 very large agricultural parcels were created? Is that from fractionation from the waterway that goes through there, or? Sorry, I think Ms. Gillen was.
Sorry, Ms. Gillen.
I can speak to that one. Yeah, that was done under the old MDP as a fragmentation, and it's actually more by like the slope or ravine that's there than a water body. There's the hill there. And then obviously the parcels on the north side of the river would be separated by the river.
Actually, I found the, on page 19 of the item, out of 35, I like that photo better because it actually gives the outline, it's in regards to the outline plan, and it shows where the proposed acreage is and what's not, so it's more of a faded out so it really shows. What is the will of this council in regards to proceeding to grant you first reading. Go ahead, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Eve. I'll make the motion for first reading so we can proceed to a public hearing and see what they think.
Okay, Councillor Cermak.
I just need a little bit of clarification. How many residents are on this quarter section? And how many divisions is there already in this quarter section?
So there's 4 separate residences. They're all on separate titles, so this quarter section has 4 parcels out of it, or it's split 4 ways. So this application would be the 5th title, which is why there's an outline plan.
And all of the titles are legal and everything is all in shape with the health department and everything?
The subject property is legal with the county and there's no complaints on file. The other ones are privately owned, so they're not subject to this application.
But they will be subject to the area structure plan, right?
Kind of, they're in there as neighboring properties, but the outline plan focuses on the 71 acres.
And this outline plan is for the 5 acres.
Yes, but based on the 71 acres that we will be taking the 5 acres out of.
Okay.
Any other comments? Any other comments or questions on the motion to grant first reading, proceed to a public hearing? See no lights. Oh, Councillor Melhoff made the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Now proceeding to item, Councillor Melhoff?
Do we not need to discuss or have a motion on the outline plan, or is that for the next meeting?
Is
that separate?
I don't have that on a staff recommendation.
Okay,
I just
I
have
thought I have it
one.
as a staff recommendation.
Oh, absolutely, sorry. I missed on mine, so go ahead. Would you,
I actually have questions about it.
Okay, the second one? Okay,
Yeah,
motion
so
number 1, sorry.
it might actually be for the Invis Tech Consulting that did the outline plan. Did they do a cumulative effect? Like information on cumulative effect? Because creating a subdivision could then create potential more residential, and with there being sensitive environmental in the area, is there a cumulative effect information in the outline plan? I didn't see it, but I'm also not a outline planner, so.
Mr. Conley, or I will go online to Ms. Dahmer. Could answer that question.
I'm not seeing anything, but maybe Michelle could.
Hi, good morning. Michelle here with Invistec.
Go ahead,
Camera, so you guys can see me. Yeah, so we did include section 7, effects of development, which includes the cumulative effects that we found for transportation, environmental, and impacts to adjacent areas.
Can you, sorry, Reeve, if I may, can you just do a quick synopsis of your findings?
Yeah, for sure. So based on the proposal to just create one additional lot, we anticipate that there's no traffic impacts anticipated. Again, it is just one additional lot and is intended to accommodate a family member. Environmental impacts. So the proposed new lot is located south of Prairie Creek, near the southern property boundary, and this is to avoid causing any impact to the natural area surrounding the creek. And then impacts to adjacent area. We did a mail out to landowners prior to submission. So we did mail it out to 13 surrounding properties back on July 4th. And we received no comments or concerns regarding this proposal.
Excellent, thank you. I love that you did a mail out. Thank you for adding that in, because it's always nice to hear when people have engaged with the community ahead of time. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions in regards to the outline plan? And if not, looking for a motion as per staff recommendation and moving up. That the council has reviewed the draft, and in regards to the motion that you've recommended, Mr. Conley, it's just that we've reviewed it and accept it for information for consideration for second and third reading, correct? That's
Correct,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
With the path, there was additional information needed, so if that was needed here today, we would bring that back for the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. All right, so is there any other additional information needed in regards to the outline plan? If not, looking for a motion to accept the outline plan for information and consideration for the second and third reading. Councillor Reglin?
I will make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you for coming back. All right. So now we'll move on to item 4.6, which is consideration of first, second, third reading for bylaw 25/056 for the Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater, Stronger Together, Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework. Good morning, Ms. Haight.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Council. So the item before Council today is consideration of first, second, and third reading of the Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater Stronger Together Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, Building Opportunities for Our Future. And attached to this agenda item report is the final draft revisions to the ICF, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, and a final clean copy for easier reading. The revised ICF included amendments that were required to update the Bill 50 MGA amendments, and also as directed by councils to combine the Stronger Together agreement with the ICF and make it just one document as a result of the amalgamation between Clearwater County and the village of Caroline. So a committee was, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee was tasked with doing this work. They started in May of 2025, completed suggested revisions by August 1st. Those revisions were presented to a joint council workshop, August 19th, where further amendments were recommended. And so the final document is presented to council today. The Town of Rocky Mountain House Council has granted the readings at their September 2nd council meeting. So they have adopted their bylaw for this document, and it is here today for adoption by County Council.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments in regards to the ICF? And if not, looking for motions to adopt this bylaw. Go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
I have some questions on it. On page 22, it says Intermunicipal Library Board, focus on the establishment of an Intermunicipal Library Board. Should that not read explore to see if it is even possible to do?
And I'm sorry, the question is?
Could the word focus be replaced with explore on the establishment of? Focus is the terminology for me is wrong, because you don't know if we can even do it or how it works to do that. So I'm just wondering if the word explore would be a better word to use there. It's bothered me for a few months.
It's in section 32.2, This is just a wish list, I guess.
I see.
It's just sort of future proposals for future discussions. With the focus on the establishment of an intermunicipal library board, this is not specific direction to establish a library board. It is more to carry on discussions, future discussions on establishing a library board. It does not commit either councils to do so. It just is a commitment to discuss it.
Can I have
Go ahead, follow up. Yeah.
Okay, and then on page 26, you're planning on doing something in 2026. Just hold on, I'm a page out. Yes, it says, review establishment of, could that change to explore, or am I just nitpicking?
And which year?
2026.
Okay.
It says, review establishment of.
Yes, just meaning to review what steps would be required to establish a library board. Again, this is a guiding document. It is by no means a must-have. This is just to focus future discussions on possible services, future services.
Okay, all right. Yes, I would. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe? Oh, did you want to follow up?
Yes, sorry, I have one more.
Okay.
4.3.
4.3
Yes.
on page.
Oh, creepy. That I missed.
4, under the term.
Page 4, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Who is reviewing the agreement annually? Just the ICF, or is it ICF and then it comes to council? Or any review changes that are there?
I believe that would be open to interpretation and decisions by each council. It 4.3 just states the town and county will review this framework. So the assumption would be that town and county councils review
Okay.
the framework. However, they may task the ICC to initiate the review and then bring forward any recommendations for any changes to each council.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the
No,
interruption.
that's just fine. That's just fine. Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. So at the top of page 385 of the agenda and page 43 of the document, it talks about the airport and how that could be sold. Is there another document that has more detail on how that would work
Okay.
that should be referred to?
Page 43, you said?
Yes, top of page 43.
And is it in red, the buyout and sale to
Yes.
third-party options available?
Yes.
In this section, this is a short summary of existing agreements.
Yes, sir.
And it's just, this is a summary of a terms and conditions that is already existing in the airport operating and management agreement. So
Could we refer to that?
it is referred, if you see on 42, page 42, you have the topic name, and it's Airport Operating and Managing Agreement. And it has a summary below. So everything below that topic name applies to the airport operating and managing agreement.
Okay,
And I'll just confirm. Yeah, in the clean copy of of this document, and that's on page 39 of the clean copy. It has been updated with the agreement, name of the agreement, the date that the agreement was entered into, which is May 1st, 2023, and the term, which is 5 years, expiring April 30th, 2028.
okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Counselor Mello?
Thank you, Eve. On page 15, doctor recruitment is scratched out. But I believe when we were having the conversations about it, we wanted to scratch out doctor recruitment, but still include healthcare professionals, because we still have that. Is that change been made, or is it just a scratch?
Yes, I believe that maybe was missed in the revised.
Okay.
And you said that was page 15?
Page 15, it shows doctor recruitment as struck, which is accurate. We don't recruit simply physicians. We recruit and work together with the town on all healthcare professionals.
Yes, it's been updated to health professional recruitment.
Oh, okay, so it just must be my copy that has just the scratch out.
You just look on the clean copy, it's there.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I've been
I'm looking at the
referencing.
revision, at just
hear
the
you.
struck out,
Yeah.
the track changed copy, so, okay, thank you.
In the clean copy itself.
Supplementary?
Yes.
On page 31, under the wastewater collection and treatment, it shows that we're partnered with the town, as of course we are, for 20% of the total volume. I think that's a little misleading, because while there is a formula, when we were getting the monthly sewer inputs, it was only like 2%. So this is showing 20%, and like I said, I recognize that there is a formula. Perhaps putting that formula in there rather than just as misleading, showing that we are responsible for 20% of the total volume within the town, and Clearwater County is not. And even the formula that our department, our Public Works Department, and the Public Works Department of the town worked on, it just showing 20% is a little bit misleading.
Okay. So now, Appendix B outlines the services as inventoried by each municipality. The description that was, it was updated by town admin, and so county admin did not question what the town had submitted. And in addition, if we go to the agreement appendix, Appendix E, and this is wastewater collection and treatment. There is the lagoon agreement, which I believe, yes, I believe that does specify not the formula, but percentages as per the agreement. And that's on page 43 of the draft revisions.
So just to reiterate, the percentage is already in the agreement, so you're just basically taking from the agreement the percentage and putting it into the ICF, correct? That's the summary, in that summary?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yes, and again, Appendix B, under Town of Rocky Mountain House, the services that they provide, that was submitted as per town admin, and county admin did not, I guess, review or question what they submitted.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. On the basis then of 43 that you've pulled up here, then those percentages are actually different.
Well,
So one says 25.4 for us, and the other one said 20%. I mean, we can dispute the fact that I feel that those numbers are inaccurate all day long. I lost that vote back when we did that agreement. But it's, the numbers then don't match up. They aren't the same.
I believe that they're sort of, under Appendix B for wastewater collection and treatment, the town is saying that they, 20% of the total volume of their treatment services is rural. The agreement on page 43 is based, it's usage.
Okay, so then should we be paying 25.4% of all new capital infrastructure, or the 20%, or the 2% we actually use? It just, this will be an overarching document that we will then will be used whenever we're building and working on and negotiating agreements with the town forevermore. What's the interpretation of this? Because the interpretation of this will then determine how the agreement gets done in the future. So if we don't get it right here, it'll be used against a future council and funding agreements going forward. Unless I'm wrong.
CEO Emmons?
Thank you. Maybe I can assist. The reason for the different numbers is truly because the actual contribution isn't a direct line to the amount of effort it takes to treat the quality of effluent, and that's the difference. When you're dealing with, in an urban setting, it's full capture, so you're capturing the gray water with your sludges as well, which makes it far easier and takes less energy to treat than a rural septage where a lot of your gray water is disposed of prior. So you're relying on dissolution or additional aeration to treat a rural, which is harder to treat, which adds to those perspective numbers. I would respectfully suggest that if at any time going forward, additional infrastructure would be required, and I truly hope not, because the upgrades for the town of Rocky is anticipated to last between 20 and 25 years at a minimum. And going out even 15 years, I would hope that any two councils would look at the growth or reduction of the populace at that time to re-engage and renegotiate. I would well appreciate the concern if this was going to be an annual, Councillor Malaf, but given the longevity of these capital improvements, two councils should really look at where they're at that moment in time, if that helps.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed, and then I'll
Thank you,
Councillor
and
Mack.
I guess my question, having had a deja vu moment of having discussed at length those contributions to the effluent that's there, I was just wondering, is this agreement fully reciprocal? So I know there is some discussion of that effluent being a net positive value for injection into gas formations for oil and gas development. So would we be compensated for the value of that effluent then based on those same percentages if that became a revenue source for this facility?
Councillor, or CEO Emmons?
I would project yes, but not directly, Councillor Lougheed, because this truly deals with a capital investment, not the operational. The revenue discussed here, brought up here, would impact the operational costs, as that would bring down the overall operational costs I would respectfully suggest it would have to impact the user fee. And as it's not a two-tier system, it would have a positive benefit to all the users, would be my answer. So would it come back to Clearwater County as a municipality? No, because we aren't contributing to the operational. That's covered under the user fees solely with the town of Rocky. But as it is a revenue that would positively impact the operational costs, it would come back to the users, which a component to that is Clearwater County residents.
Follow up?
Yes, and I think it probably could be a future discussion if we get to brass tacks where we contribute 2% of that effluent and could potentially, I guess the agreement says that we're responsible for 20% of that effluent, so we should be perhaps in the future receiving any value that effluent may have in the 20% basis instead of the 2% basis. I look forward to a future discussion.
Okay. Councilor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Me too, because I worry that this is then solidifying that we are 20% of the overall volume within, that is going through, because that's what it says, and therefore then handcuffing a future council to be committed to 20% of operational and capital projects in perpetuity. Because these documents are solidifying that 20% of it is from the county. So I worry if we accept that we are handcuffing a future council. I think Tracy wanted to.
Councilor Ratcliffe?
Yes, I have to agree with that where is the clarity around this agreement, around the septage agreement? Because if we have multiple percentages, that makes the document weak. You know, I have in previous lives had to work through someone else's document, and it can make it quite weak. If there isn't clarity somewhere, and that clarity isn't referred to.
Tracy.
Yeah, go ahead, Tracy, I'm sorry.
And if this helps, to answer the question regarding clarity, again, this ICF is a framework. It's a guiding document. It's not an agreement. The agreements are separate and apart, and the clarity that you would want to achieve would be in those separate agreements. By no means does this document handcuff either councils, either municipalities to a certain percentage. The whole basis for this framework is that it provides guidance for how municipalities work out provision of services and delivery of those services that could be to the benefit of residents in both municipalities. Again, there are certain requirements that are required in the framework, in the ICF, which are outlined in the Municipal Government Act. And those requirements are included in this document. But as far as the inventory of services, that is definitely, and now with the change made to this ICF, that inventory of services will be reviewed each year. And if there's any changes to specifics, then that will be revised at that time. But I would suggest that it's not necessary at this point to make revisions to the inventory of services at this time. I mean, if there are revisions to be made, it can be done at the annual review. But not to hold up having a framework in place just based on a description that's included as an appendix. And the description is provided by the other municipality. So does that help clarify?
Well, if these numbers really aren't important, why are they there? And is there a statement in here that says, in case of disagreement between this document and the other documents, that the other agreements take priority?
The agreements the agreements are separate and apart. They are listed in this framework, but they are negotiated separately and apart from this framework.
Okay, is there a statement saying that those agreements are overarching of this document?
I believe that perhaps in the bylaw.
CEO Emmons?
Thank you. Perhaps I can offer an explanation that might help. So when the province created this framework, it truly is a framework, and it is legislatively described as a document to capture all the other agreements. All the other agreements are legally binding contracts. Yes. So they take legal paramountcy. It's literally, for lack of better terms, the pecking order. So those agreements would be paramount, and they supersede an agreement that provides the umbrella and the synopsis of all the agreements. In essence, Councillor Ratcliffe, this is a summary that the province can draw upon. It's truly for them, not for us or the town of Rocky, because we know all our agreements. This is a framework that can be provided to the province of Alberta to ensure that we are partnering with our neighbors on all the required services that they've legislated, if that helps. It is truly a framework.
Okay. So we should say that.
Legislation does.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Say it.
Councillor Lawye?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I'd just like to remind council that the origins of this document were groundbreaking at the time. Clearwater County was many years ahead in leadership on this. In fact, it won awards for having a discussion about the very things included in this ICF now. And I think we've always been able to concede 1 or 2 or 3 points within there in order to uphold the greater principle, the vision, the values within that agreement, and move forward with this framework.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. Comes down to being collaborative with our neighbor, and sometimes that does involve some give and take. An example being, I place great value on our chief elected official, and when that part was actually removed, I was surprised that the town doesn't have take as much value in their chief elected official as we do. So they actually don't require that the chief elected officials be appointed to the ICCs anymore, i.e. Mayor and Reeve. So that goes back to that give and take. I was surprised by that. I don't necessarily agree with that. I know that this council and future councils will be appointing, or I hope they will be appointing the Reeve to represent the ICC. It's unfortunate that some of the compromise for this document was removing the chief elected officials from the ICC, but hopefully during their appointments, they will still be appointed. But I agree, sometimes there is some concessions made in order to come to good collaborative agreements. I do like also, Ms. Haight, that you included that all councils will be included in the agendas going forward. It really helps with the veil that sometimes can be over ICC, or the seeming veil. So I really appreciate that. And hopefully on one of those annual reviews, we can include that all of the ICC meetings are live streamed and recorded.
All right, are there any other comments or questions in regards to the document? If not, I'll be looking for a motion to grant first reading. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I do have another question. And that is around solid waste on page 44 or 386 of the agenda package. It talks about reclamation costs for the removal of the Rocky Transfer Station are to be shared. I'm assuming that's the old site in town that we're talking about. But the town is using that site, and Clearwater County has no influence over what additional reclamation would be required. You know, this seems like another item that could set future councils, require additional expense of the county.
Ms. Haight?
Again, on this appendix, this is just a quick summary of the terms and conditions that are in the existing agreement for Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement, which is expiring at the end of this year and will currently be reviewed by the ICC, and if any updates or revisions are needed, they'll be done so at the time of that review. But this is just simply summarizing what that existing agreement says today.
All right, thank you.
Right, if there's no further comments or questions on the agreement, I would look for a motion for first reading. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I think the success of any collaborative framework is to highlight our similarities as opposed to highlighting our differences, so I will make that motion.
Thank you for the motion for first reading. Any comments on first reading? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Yeah, there have been some concerns expressed here. I think this is a lot of responsibility to put on the ICC. It doesn't meet that often. And the usually very limited detail is presented on any items that are on the agenda. I think there should be another way of working regionally that is maybe a little more dynamic and faster paced than this.
Okay, motion on the floor for first reading for the ICF. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? Motion's carried. Looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor Cermak.
I'll make that motion for second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak makes the motion for second reading. All those in favor? That's carried. Now permission for third. Thank you. Councillor Lougheed makes the motion for permission for third. Any comments, question? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is opposed. Okay, motion is carried. And motion for third reading. Sorry? it had to be unanimous.
It has to be unanimous, so you
That's
are
right.
unable
Sorry.
to do.
Thank you for that. So at this point in time, then we are, comes back to us, if it's not unanimous, it can come back for next meeting, correct?
That's right, yes, it'll come back next council meeting for third reading. Okay.
All right, thank you. So with that, that finishes section 4, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. and welcome back from our break. So you're at item 5, or section 5 of our agenda, which is new business. And the first item up is item 5.1.1, which is the Caroline School Enhancement Project funding request. I'll turn it over to Ag and Community, please.
Morning. That's right, it's in regard to the Caroline School Enhancement Project funding request that was brought at the last council meeting. So the staff recommendation is that council endorses the Reeve signature on the Caroline School Enhancement Project agreement and approve $75,000 to be moved from contingency to the community services budget. To provide some background, during the August 26th regular council meeting, the following motion was made. Motion by Councillor Jennifer Melhoff that Council direct administration to draft a funding agreement with the Caroline School Grounds Enhancement Group of up to $100,000 and bring back for Council's consideration, and that was carried. After discussion with the Caroline School Enhancement Committee, the amount of funding required is $75,000, and the funding agreement is attached as per Council motion. The Caroline School Enhancement Committee presented a delegation during the August 26, 2025 regular council meeting to share with council their vision of enhancing the school grounds. As can be read in the delegation document, this community-based project would see the south side of the school grounds leveled, improving the football and soccer field, adding a track, as well as a wheelchair access from the parking lot. We are hoping that it will eventually be a part of a 10-kilometer walking trail around the community of Caroline. The Caroline Community Facility Enhancement Committee is applying for a CFIP grant and requires the funding for the application deadline on September 15th.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments in regards to the background? And if not, looking for a motion. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I made the original motion, and I will be pleased to make the motion here again today that staff endorses the Reeve signature on the Caroline School Enhancement Project Agreement and approves $75,000 to be moved from contingency to the community services budget. This is just a great example of the community getting together to build something fabulous. I think that it will be a benefit to that region and to the school and all of the kids and community that will frequent it. I hope that the county, the school board, and the Ag Society can work together to find efficiencies in all of the projects in the south. If you've got dozers and equipment out there doing the work, might as well do as big of a project as possible, because I know that the Ag Society does have a lot of plans for that area down on the southeast rec grounds. Did I use the right term? Excellent. But I'm pleased to make this motion.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I was just looking through the agreement. I have a couple of questions. It talks about audited financial statements from an accountant independent of the recipient. Is that requiring like a chartered accountant? Or, can it just be a bookkeeper, like a third party?
So, good, thank you. Good morning, Council. So, according to the Societies Act, because the Caroline School Enhancement Committee is a society, its own entity, so they just have to have a motion to appoint someone to audit their books. So it would be per legislation for societies.
Okay, so it's not that onerous as to have to go to a chartered accountant and have all those fees?
No, as long as they're following legislation,
Okay.
what we require.
Okay, is this a registered society?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that was one of my other questions, that by signing the agreement, they're made responsible for the funds. And so it wouldn't be just individuals. Okay, there are a lot of other recreation grants. I realize the time is short for this project. Is there provision that if there are other grants and that there are excess funds of what would happen to them, or if there's a change of scope where only part of the project might be completed, as to what would happen then?
Trying to pull my brain and remember if that was included in here. I would have to review the document again. I don't recall in my head that being in here, but I would have to review it and confirm that.
Yeah, because like the Schedule A that has the project details really doesn't describe very much what the scope is. So, anyway, this is a great project, and we all know that community volunteers making things happen is far more efficient than a format. So I will be supporting the motion.
Ms. Sarhan?
Yes, I was just also on that same page about excess funds. So if they do happen to raise money and don't need the full amount because Clearwater County is advancing that $75,000 upfront, what would be council's intent with that excess funding? Should it come back to the county, or what happens with the excess funding if other additional grant dollars are raised or donations are raised from the community? What would be council's intent?
Okay, thank you. Great question. Councillor Northcott?
I just wanted to give recognition to the parents and the community members that are involved with the Caroline School Advisory Committee. And the modernization and the upgrades of the school grounds are long overdue. And yeah, I just want to give recognition to those members, and I will be supporting the motion.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you. I will be supporting the motion, of course, but I just want to understand the $75,000 recommended here. Is that matching a shortfall in what is necessary for the CFIP application to be able to be most favorably considered?
Yes, it's because they need the matching funds to maximize the grant, so that would make that up.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
From my perspective, answering Ms. Sirhan's question, that the community group should be able to change the scope to take on something else if they have extra funds, or that it should be returned if there is no other project that could contribute to the community.
Any other comments or questions? I do believe when we have done this in the past, excess funds were given back to the county. If you have any example of that, Ms. Sirhan?
Well, this is relatively new in that past applications for CFIP didn't actually require the dollars being in their account. We would submit a letter of support saying that we would make up whatever difference there was. However, because the funds are being advanced prior to the project, and the actual dollars required aren't known, this would be kind of new. Like, how does council see this process happening, as far as if this is just a budget amount, so if the whole project's 300,000, I'm just throwing numbers out there, I don't even know what the whole project costs, but and it came in at 275,000. Is that 50% of that go back to the county? Does the county want to hear from the community group to say how they're gonna spend the additional money? Is 100% coming back to the county because the county was just making up the shortfall? Like, it would just be nice to hear what how council sees the process of this going as far as advancing dollars to a community group prior to knowing exactly how much is being spent on the project.
I agree. I think it's important that the community groups are, I mean, I'm happy to backstop, a great project that, may be, missing a few extra dollars or whatever else. But yeah, the new process of having the funds in the account when making that application seems very, the government must have gotten caught a few times on different projects. That's the only reason why that would explain why the change in the application. But to me, a letter of support from the county should have been, especially from a municipality to the government for these applications, unless it was a private entity or something like that. So maybe it's an opportunity to question the government on that a little bit more, because I'm sure we're not the only municipality in this province that's doing the same thing, where they're coming forward. Ms. Gibson, Councillor Gibson.
I would like to advance the funds to the Caroline School. And the stipulation, I suppose we could put in, is any excess funds could be, if they come back to us and say, okay, we didn't get to do this part of the project, or this has been added on, we see that we need this. Can we, expend those funds for that? I would like to have them do that, and then also, because we have expended the funds, get an update periodically on how the project is going, to make sure that, it's going online and not going off. But yeah, I would think if there's any extra funds left, I think would be nice if they could come back to us and say, we've got this extra thing to do. And if they don't, then the agreement is that X number of dollars comes back to us.
Thank you. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Eve. I agree. That's what Councillor Ratcliffe had said as well, that if they can do a scope change and include something else, fabulous. And if not, then come back to the Ag and Community Department. I think that is very reasonable. I know that I made this motion, but I do have a question for Ms. Serhan. This is coming out of contingency. Should it not come out of MR? Just because of how difficult it is to allocate MR anyway. Should it be coming out of MR, and would this qualify?
Ms. Serhan?
It very likely would qualify for the MR. However, you will be seeing at the Strategic Planning Committee that there isn't actually enough funds in MR to cover the things that are coming out of it currently. So yeah, contingency is totally fine in this case.
Okay, thank you. Just figured I'd check. Thanks.
Councillor Lai?
Thank you, and I think as a council, we should expect more of these kinds of applications in the future, because the CFIP granting process has changed. And it puts a much greater emphasis on having more cash on hand than it did before, and less so on those donated services, volunteer labor, all those important components of community ownership in these projects. So I hope at some point in time there will be a rebalance of this program from our provincial government. But I hope that this project can go forward with council support and be very successful.
Okay. All right, so the motion's on the floor as per staff recommendation. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'm assuming, seeing people taking notes across the room, that the agreement is going to be adjusted before the funds are advanced.
Ms. Graham?
I believe that would require an amendment to the motion to read something along the lines of the council endorses the Reeves signature on the Caroline School Enhancement Project Agreement as amended. Because currently how the motion is stated, it would be how it is presented to council.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So Councillor Ratcliffe, as per your discussion earlier in regards to excess fund and change of scope, would you suggest that we amend the motion?
I believe Councillor Melhoff has something in mind.
Okay, Councillor Melhoff?
Since the question has not actually been called yet, it's still active and has the ability to be amended. But I believe a subsequent motion with that direction would also suffice, unless legislatively that's not appropriate. I thought that would be fine. So we can vote on this one, and then a subsequent motion can be heard to directing how excess funds can be used.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Northcott?
I guess I just wanted to give credit again to the Caroline School Advisory Council. They're looking for, like, the way I see things, you always need, money is always the #1 factor before you can do any project. But this council is looking for the funding first. They haven't started the project like we've seen other projects that have come to this table requesting funding after the projects have started, but this here, they're getting their funding in place before they're moving ahead with the project. So I just want to give them credit again for that, and recognize that.
Councillor Lai.
Thank you. I'd also like to give credit to that organization for working with Wild Rose Schools. I know how essential it is to have strong support from the school anytime you're working within their level of responsibility, as well as far as construction around small children and those things. It's very important to work within those things and really be able to utilize your volunteer and donated labor and resources to the fullest extent.
Thank you. All right, so motion on the floor. And, any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I would make an additional motion that the funding agreement be modified to include changes in scope, unused funds, and what will happen to funding if the project is incomplete.
Any other, thank you for the motion. Any comments or questions on that motion? Administration is good with the motion, clear direction? No. Councillor Milhoff?
Sorry, does the motion not need to give the direction on what actually has to happen if rather than saying change it to say what will happen, don't we actually have to say what we would like to happen if it's?
A little more
Sorry.
specific.
Do we not have to be more specific to actually give the direction on what we expect to happen if funds, like a change of scope or to encompass more projects, or the funding has to be returned? Just confirming, I thought we needed to be more specific.
More specific, then we have very clear direction on which direction you'd like to go.
You're better
Would you?
at writing these things than council, but okay. So where do we need to start?
There was a couple different suggestions made, whether excess funds are returned that aren't used, or whether there, is a scope change provided for other projects that may not have budgeted for.
Okay, so excess funds can be spent on an approved change of scope or returned to the county. And in the default portion, funds not used for an incomplete project should also be returned to the county. And I'm not sure how to write it, but there should be a clause that defines how a change of scope would be managed. That when they get into this project, they may find something else needs to be done, or that should come back through your department as part of the oversight.
Any clarification? Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Graham.
Can I just confirm for an approved project for excess funds, is that approved by council or approved by administration?
Yeah, I think administration, once the funds are approved, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Ms. Councillor Gibson?
What's the timeline that they have given you on the project, or does it have a timeline?
Yeah, it was September 2027, and the agreement is to have all the funds utilized by December 2027, so we just put it till the end of the year.
Okay. So then, during that time, if they find that they can't get the equipment or whatever they need, Can they ask for an extension on that?
For sure, we would just have to extend the agreement term then. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Northcott?
I'm not sure if I totally agree with, or I'll be able to support the motion. The way I'm, the intention for the Caroline School Advisory Council is to upgrade and improve the quality of life for students and residents of the area. So to put these additional requests on them for, to report on funding and so forth, I think just creates additional red tape, just an extra burden on that council, which has already done a lot of work to try and fundraise, and also will create additional work on Clearwater County staff. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, Councillor Light?
Thank you. And from my perspective, along with council being responsible for the public purse, I would like to see the project completed substantially as per their application to CFIP. That would be my measure of success of the project. And if they're successful in being even more efficient and getting more additional funds in place, that project even goes further than what they had originally defined for CFIP. For me, I know that CFIP has some very stringent reporting about the status of the project, as well as substantial completions and completion dates. So I think, an update to council of the progress on that would be great. If we know that the work has been substantially completed, then I don't think I would have any issue with those monies being backstopped there indefinitely to support the project.
I agree with you. I think it's, if the money's there, then at some point in time, they're not coming back here to this table for future projects or for future, and although I understand if it really grows in scope, they will be here regardless if something happens, and who knows what happens in a year, because construction can be, and the product price too, with what they want to do too, you never know how much that can increase in 6 months' time, 7 months' time. So anyways, all right, so the motion, Jana, can you please reread the motion for us, please?
That council direct administration to modify the agreement to include that excess funds can be used on an approved change of scope or returned to the county. Funds not used for an incomplete project are to be returned to the county.
Okay. Any comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Northcott.
No, I just have to say I agree with Councillor Lougheed's comments and with the reporting of CFIP, and a lot of that stuff's already in place. So I just wanted to say I might have said that better than I was thinking that, but thank you, Councillor Lougheed. I agree with your comments.
Any other comments or questions? I agree with both sides. I will say though too, having this provision in the agreement actually just, it's dotting an I and crossing a T. It's just ensuring that we're all being held accountable, not only from the group side, but also from the county side. So anyways, I'll be supporting the motion. So anyways, so with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on now to corporate services, item 5.2.1, the fire unit 203 budget adjustment. I believe that goes to Ms. Serha.
Good morning. The budget adjustment or agenda item in front of you this morning is that council increase the capital expenditure budget for the fire services for Unit 203 and increase the transfers from restricted surplus account for purchases of fire equipment in the amount of $765,000. So Unit 203 was identified in budget for 2023 for a deposit and 2024 for purchase and or build. And the deposit was paid in 2023. However, the delay in the build of this unit meant that the payment for the purchase and build of the Unit 203 didn't happen in 2024. The unit was not included in the 2025 budget documents. Fire Services is anticipating that this unit will be delivered within 2025 and is requesting the budget adjustment of $765,000 for.
To me, which, oh, we condo rescue? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
And the 3 means rescue unit.
there you go. Well, thank you. I'll start with you then, Councillor BYLAWS.
Excellent, thank you. Since this has already been something that was budgeted for previously, this is merely making sure that the motions are reflective in that. So I'll make the motion as per staff recommendation. However, I do still think that it's important that the future council does a service level review to ensure that the station 10 and 20 are complementary stations like they were always meant to be, and that we're not over equipping the east side of the county. So hopefully that will happen with the future council.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Light.
Thank you. And reading between the lines just a little bit, I assume there was a deposit made on this truck previous to the build starting?
The deposit was made in 2023, anticipating that the build would happen in 2024, but it just isn't. They're so far behind in bringing these units to completion that it didn't happen in 2024.
Does this amount, sorry, Reeve.
Go ahead.
Does this amount then indicate an increase over what was originally budgeted in 2024 for this unit? We know that many things related to trade with the fire service, it's all, much of it is US. Is there a substantial increase in this project being delayed then for the year?
With putting that deposit in, it secures pricing, so no, this is the exact same cost that was predicted in that year.
Thank you, that seems very proactive, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. What happened to the money that was budgeted? Was that carried into another surplus or?
No, it just remained in the fire equipment restricted surplus. So in budget, it identifies how many purchases were to come out of that restricted surplus, and because that money wasn't paid out, that money never did get transferred out of that restricted surplus. So it's still sitting there in that restricted surplus account.
Okay, and that's
the surpluses that were identified for future fire equipment purchases. So yes, it's still sitting in that fire capital restricted surplus.
Okay, so basically just carried forward.
Yeah, it didn't come out of there, stayed in that account.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
Yep. All right, so motion on the floor as per staff recommendation. Any other comments or questions on that? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Oh, follow-up question? Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. It just wasn't related to the motion, that's why I needed to.
You bet.
CAO Emmons, where are we at with the resolutions that we had requested with regards to underwriters for either FCM or RMA or wherever it needed to go, and the community grants for Fire Smarts? There was 2 different conversations about it. This one is very prudent because the old 203 unit, I'm sure, was still perfectly tactically fine. And now Clearwater County residents are paying $1 million to replace a unit that probably still has perfectly good tires from day one, let alone due to a very punitive code requiring fire trucks to be replaced at a year, not based on tactical service life. So where are we at with the resolutions to have that code changed to better serve the community?
Thank you. So administratively, we do believe we met the intent of that motion because it left this room, went through the Fire Chief Association and through them up to the federal. Truly believing that would be the right chain to get the right ears to make those appropriate changes. Likewise, with the fire grant, administration has had a few different meetings with provincial staff and brought it up through that chain as well to get the provincial ears to see if we can change their process on how they administer the fire grants and streamline that as well through red tape reduction.
Supplementary?
Yes.
When I brought this up with the minister at RMA as a question during one of the bullpens, he seemed to not even understand that this was a problem. He didn't even recognize that Clearwater County got applause for the question being asked, and he recognized that, wow, this must be an issue for everybody, and that was in the spring, and we've seen no real progress on this particular punitive measure being done. Like there's these fire trucks that year out in Canada go to other countries and perfectly serve them. They could be perfectly serving the communities here and not leaving on pennies on the dollar because they're no longer meeting the arbitrary 20 years of service number. I think that if we aren't getting the movement we need to through the channels that you've been using, I think a resolution to RMA and in turn the federal bodies is in order, because that is actually a federal code more than it is a provincial code, but I think that it's time then that we move this up and do a full-on resolution.
And the thought process behind that, Councillor Milhaf, was exactly as you stated accurately. This council's been very proactive at the political level. So administration felt at our level, if we hit from the bottom up and the right ears heard from both sides, it would truly spur perhaps more action. We are still putting out that messaging. Of course, if council wishes to proceed with the resolutions, we really wanted to push with council from the lower aspect, if I may, thinking that would be our best opportunity for some red tape reduction and perhaps streamline the process. And as I stated, my personal experience when the province hears from their own internal sources, it really does carry a lot of weight. And then at RMA, when, as you stated, a municipality openly states it and it comes with resounding support, it tends to get traction, but that wheel doesn't move quickly.
Councillor Lyon?
Thank you, and just to clarify, it was my understanding that this replacement unit, Unit 203, is in a different category of apparatus, so that would be a 20-year expected service life as opposed to the existing unit, which is a 15-year. Is that correct? Thank you.
Councillor Gibson?
Is this resolution also going to the AMA if we make one? Because there's a lot of small towns that have the same issue, but they're not necessarily with the RMA.
Councillor
If our council goes forward, if that becomes the will of council, that we go forward with a resolution from the top-down approach to match the bottom-up approach that the CAO has mentioned, I would suggest that the town submitting one to the urban version of RMA being AM, that having them jointly and together, same voice, I think would be extremely appropriate. And the same to the federal level as well, because again, some of this is federal code changes that need to take place. But absolutely, I think it would show very good collaboration between rural and urban and have a stronger voice at that point if we have a matching resolution with the town as well.
And I believe at FCM that was actually brought up as a question on the floor. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. I do commend you for that. And then was that in a QA? I can't remember at the FCM conference. Perhaps you could.
Yeah, so thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I brought it up during the Q&A again as well, at which point FCM has requested us to submit a resolution through their process because it is something that they have heard multiple times, that these units are still perfectly good to serve the communities that they are within, and it's merely a punitive timestamp that times these trucks out. It's not tactically based, it is based on the age of a truck. Some of these trucks have less miles on them. You'd be surprised at how many kilometers are sitting on some of these trucks that age out. And it's really unfortunate, and it's punitive to the taxpayers. If it was a tactical concern, I 100% would not have this position. I feel that if the service level requires a certain truck, that's fine. But this is just punitively removing a fire truck because of its age. I don't know, I'm getting older, and I think that I'm actually getting better with age.
That's awesome. I would also maybe suggest too that this could be a conversation at an ICC meeting, future ICC meeting, to actually have a joint resolution for both our conferences. I do believe the AB Munis is already, their resolution deadline is already passed for November, so it might be an opportunity for jointly for the spring one in March. So. Councillor Lloyd.
I think it's a very timely discussion as we move forward as councils, and we will grapple with the increasing costs of this apparatus. The apparatus have continually improved in quality, and I think there has to be a re-examination of can that properly maintained and serviced equipment last further. We know that commercial aircraft are serving, many of those aircraft in the US military were built in the 1950s and are still serving us in defense as well. So I think, and we're always going to grapple with budget. If we look at this particular unit, we have $130,000 investment 15 years ago, now being $1 million investment for the next 20 years. So those are things we'll have to grapple with as councils as we move forward. And I think very timely to have a discussion is there a way we can extend the use of these vehicles and put a greater focus on maintaining them to the highest level of standards, as they are already, but ensuring that we have the documentation to show that they are kept in service to safely provide for those firefighters.
For sure. Any more on the discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. So do you need a resolution that an agenda item be added to the next ICC meeting for a conversation for joint resolutions to the prospective advocacy bodies? I would make that motion.
Okay. So motion by Councillor Melhoff to add this to the next ICC meeting. I know we're scheduled for the 16th, but I think that's already tied up for that meeting. Councillor Northcott.
I don't have a background in fire services, but I do have some experience with equipment and so forth. But maybe a question for administration regarding fire services equipment. For warranties, with technology always advancing, we're always having new technologies coming forward on these units for fire services. Are there, I don't know what the warranties are on them. I don't know if they come with manufacturer upgrades that are included for a certain time period. And I also don't know what it costs for upgrades to, if you were to upgrade aged and maybe still good condition equipment, but if it's aged and it needs to be modernized, I don't know what those costs are. So sometimes it is more economical to be replaced with a new unit, and then you would have a new warranty, new manufacturer upgrades. So I really don't know all that information at this point in time.
Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, I 100% agree with you. But the weighing out of the maintenance records and determining whether it's now costing us more to maintain that piece of equipment or to service that piece of equipment than buying a new one should be up to the municipality and up to the emergency vehicle technician, which we have on staff, which all of these equipment have to pass numerous mechanical pump tests. The ladder has to pass ladder tests, etc. And then the municipality should weigh out through their asset management plan how best to replace it. If it's costing them more, great, then replace the truck. Or if the warranties are a huge benefit, replace the truck. I'm merely saying it should be up to the municipality's asset management plan, not up to an arbitrary number. They should weigh out all of the things that you're talking about, not have it hit end of life simply because it's aged out. They should be weighing out all of the things that you're talking about. You're spot on, but that's not how it works right now. They age out.
All right. So motion on the floor to bring this to the next ICC meeting for a joint resolution with the town. So any other comments or questions on that motion? All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Moving on now to item 5.2.2, the Clearwater County Livestock Brand. Morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council. So as a background, at Council's regular council meeting on February 25th, 2025, Council directed administration to research the concept of a Clearwater County livestock brand for marketing purposes, distinct from the county's official corporate branding guidelines. If we can pull up the presentation, please. Yeah. So in this presentation, we're going to provide a brief overview of a logo versus a brand, the current brands that Clearwater County currently manages and oversees, a bit of a refresher of the Sasquatch and Partners brand, excuse me, definitions of a livestock brands, a brand versus an honorary brand, the cost and process, several examples of municipal livestock brands, and as well as alternative recommendations. So logo is a simple graphic element. It's singular in nature. It has a specific design. It could be a combination of text, symbols, shapes. The primary function is to be a visual element, and it can appear in several locations in branding documentation and marketing collateral types of work. Think of it like a face. It helps people recognize you, you as an individual or your identity. A brand, on the other hand, it's everything that represents a business and gives the logo more meaning. It represents the entire identity. It's used in marketing elements to help differentiate from other brands, and it has a larger scope in nature than a logo. And then every point of contact someone has with an entity is part of the brand. So for example, council and staff are an extension of Clearwater County's brand. And think of this like a reputation or a personality. It's how you make people feel through your brand and how you're represented through your color and Pantones and etc. So Clearwater County's communications currently oversees 6 distinct brands. These are either managed exclusively by communications or in collaboration with other departments. We have the Clearwater County brand, which was rebranded in 2022. This was rebranded to simplify the logo. We locked down the variations because there were starting to be different versions of them floating around. We also locked down the colors for print versus web. We have the David Thompson Country brand, which was established in 2017. It also has its own distinct brand usage and guidelines, once again, with a lockdown variation of logos and varieties, as well as the color scheme. The Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services brand, rebranded in 2017, also to simplify variations. We have the Clearwater County Community Peace Officers brand. This was rebranded in 2017 as well, also to simplify and just make it more concise. Then we have our Clearwater County Broadband logo, also has a usage guidelines document. This was established in 2023. And then finally, our Sasquatch and Partners brand and logo. This was established in 2013, and I'll go a little bit more into detail about its scope. And as well, we have several variations of images used specifically for ordering merchandise. That's included in this document. So why do we have brand usage and guideline documents? Simply to ensure that all county communication is consistent and professional. The goal of a consistent visual identity is for the public to immediately recognize messaging when they see our website, a business card, or perhaps an online ad. So the Sasquatch and Partners initiative started in 2013. It was in response to issues with irresponsible recreation on Crown land. And the initiative was to promote a leave no trace type of principle through educational messaging. There are currently no formal standing industry partners, though Clearwater though Clearwater County's Land Care has previously recognized one-time grants or donations from industry to support items like activity books and signs. Our current municipal partners are Brazeau, Greenview, Mountain View, and Yellowhead, and the Sasquatch brand is not intended for tourism or economic development. Its sole purpose is to support education and awareness around responsible backcountry recreation. So livestock branding and definitions. So under the Livestock Identification Services, or LIS, there are two types of livestock brands that exist. A brand denotes ownership or livestock security interests, and it's applied by hot iron or freeze brand. An honorary brand, it's more symbolic, promotes the livestock industry or recognizes service, and may only be applied to cattle horses with LIS approval. The cost for the brand is $213, and these prices include GST. For an honorary brand, it's $288.75. The brand application is filled out, and those are the steps of what would happen with approval. And then at the end, it's the responsibility of the recipient or the owner to update information on the brand registry. And depending on the complexity and the community involvement in the process, it could take several weeks to a few months to complete in addition to staff time. So the brand itself, brand design must follow brand design policy and can be used to brand livestock. On the contrary, an honorary brand, any brand design can be registered as an honorary brand, but can not be used to brand livestock unless approved by LIS. In terms of other municipal examples, there are currently 13 municipalities in Alberta that have an honorary brand. It's not widely seen how they are utilized due to low visibility. And then on the next slide, we have got two specific examples. We have Ponoka County. They registered their brand in 2023 and it is now incorporated into their municipal logo designed by administration. And Mountain View County has two inactive livestock brands, and in February of 2025, they approved a new honorary brand through a youth design contest. Earlier this year, during the spring months from February to June, Clearwater County's Communications conducted a poll survey on the county website and advertised it in the County Highlights newsletter. The poll received 441 responses. Of this, 16% supported creating a livestock brand for marketing and 84 opposed. For the pros and cons of an honorary brand, I'll start off with a list of pros. It can promote agriculture and ranching heritage. It recognizes contributions and community identity. It can create unique marketing opportunities. It can build tradition and community pride. Exclusive and prestigious, since only a few municipalities hold them, and could be incorporated into tourism or events. On the cons list, there is no ownership or legal protection. It's symbolic in nature, requires LIS approval. Public survey shows limited support. There's a risk of confusion with corporate branding and potential brand dilution. There's costs for registration, renewal, staff time, and promotion, in addition to creating a strategy of how it will be used. There's no clear economic development or tourism benefit, and there is a slight misalignment with Council's current strategic plan, specifically Milestone 2, growing and diversifying our economy. In addition, there is a mention about it in our 2025 communications audit. If an honorary brand was not pursued by Council, there are other alternatives to modernize Clearwater County's agricultural marketing efforts, such as showcasing agriculture in existing channels. So this could be websites, social media, newsletters. We could develop a campaign without a formal brand. An example of this would be having a campaign, something like Proud Roots of Clearwater County, by tying in messages of values of hard work, rural heritage, community resilience without requiring a livestock symbol. And then finally, strengthening partnerships with our local egg societies, 4-H producer groups for co-branded initiatives by supporting egg tourism, heritage projects, using existing grants, communications, or community development support. Finally, administration will turn it back to Council with two final questions. Does Council wish to proceed with applying for an honorary brand? And if so, does Council wish to engage the public? And secondly, does Council wish administration to explore alternatives to market agriculture in our community?
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting facts that you've laid out as far as in your research, so appreciate the in-depth information with that. Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. This is obviously a notice of motion that I brought forward to have us look into this. I really appreciate how much in-depthness you went. I actually did not anticipate you going that far in depth with this. I'm disappointed that the community feedback is so negative. We are continually told how we're an agriculturally vibrant-based community. Perhaps these numbers don't show that, which I found very interesting. I mean, correlation and causation are not necessarily the same, and I'm hopeful that that's not the case, that these numbers do not mean we're not deeply rooted in agriculture, because that's truly what I saw this as. I saw this as a way of showcasing our agricultural roots, just as you explained in your presentation, and having an opportunity to do things with it. Like, I wear mine every day. Like, I wear my brand every day. I was never necessarily gonna switch over and start wearing Clearwater County's. I am proud of my own brand that I wear every single day, and my family wears it every single day. But we hand out agricultural awards throughout this county, and I saw this as another way of doing that. The Alberta government has a brand in which that they hand out to buckles to people for agricultural achievements. I saw it as a way of us doing something similar and really showcasing our agricultural roots. Unfortunately, with the feedback from the community, it's not necessarily how they see it. So it's extremely disappointing. I'll make the motion that council accepts the presentation on creating a Clearwater County livestock brand as information.
Thank you for the motion. Any comments or questions in regards to the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. What would be you mentioned the cost to register a brand. What would be, is there a fee to maintain a brand? So the cost to do this is about what we spend on lunch. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Lloyd.
Well, I'd certainly like to thank you for a very thorough discussion of the topic. I'm too discouraged that the community didn't see the benefit. We don't often get 441 responses to any question we ask the public, let alone ones that did not support the idea of just developing a brand to promote agriculture. Frankly, I'm surprised by that. So, but quite often we are surprised by our community. So.
All right, so motion's on the floor to accept for information. See no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you again. There was another staff recommendation or another suggestion or question as in regards to, does council wish to explore an alternate approach to ag marketing as outlined? Is there any more conversation or questions or suggestions for the communications team? Go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would motion that this information be shared with the Agricultural Services Board, and they can make a recommendation on how to proceed, as they are the leaders in the agricultural world for our community, made up of council and members of the community. So it'd be great to get their feedback on the direction that they would like to see us go. I mean, I personally love the idea of you partnering with producers and 4-H and a bunch of different groups to try to promote agriculture. But let's hear what the Agricultural Services Board has to say about it.
Councillor Lloyd.
Clearwater County has long identified themselves as an agricultural producing community, one that is absolutely essential to our well-being and our quality of life here. I can't think of anything that identifies agriculture more than a brand, but hopefully maybe the Ag Services Board has an opportunity to comment on a path forward and bring a recommendation back to council at some point in time.
Okay, thank you. I agree with the the suggestion. I think it's a good idea to do that. But I also understand too that just like when you go to the Calgary Stampede, they don't identify just their brand. They identify everybody's brand of history and stuff like that. So it's nice to see those individual brands that are actually highlighted underneath their banner. So that's, to me, that's an awesome way. Maybe the Ag Services Board would like to go forward is, you know, present those. I know Councillor Cermak was just in Caroline on the weekend in regards to the heritage families, you know, to recognize these families that have been around and have these heritage brands for many, many, many years. And that might be an opportunity at that point in time. Have a good old branding on a board. Smell some burnt wood. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I know it's pretty clearly indicated by the public that it was not supported to have Clearwater County brand. Many residents and ranchers have their own brands that they take pride in. I think this is outside the focus of what a municipality should be doing for services required for the public. To send this over to the Ag Service Board, in my opinion, it just creates more unnecessary administrative work. It was clearly identified. It wasn't. Yeah, it was not desired by the community, so I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay. Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm sorry if it was misunderstood that I was suggesting the Ag Service Board say whether we should do a brand or not. That wasn't my intention. A list of alternatives have been suggested of things that can be done, showcasing agriculture on our existing channels, developing a campaign, proud roots of Clearwater County, strengthening partnerships with ag societies, 4-H groups, and producer groups. I think the Ag Society can give us some recommendations on some alternatives to make sure we strengthen the voice of agriculture within our community. I'm sorry if you misunderstood that it was the Ag Board determining whether we do a brand or not. Again, like you said, the community clearly doesn't feel as strongly rooted in agriculture as I do. And the importance of a brand, but I still think we need to determine alternatives on how to showcase agriculture, and I thought Ag Board could give us some insight into that.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions before I call the question? See none. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? And the motion's carried. All right. So moving on now to item Planning and Emergency Services, which is the letter for the recreational land lease for the Gap campsite. I believe that will. Oh, there we go. Hello, Ms. Gillum. Hello. Okay.
So Rick asked me to bring this to council as kind of requested by this group's email. So the Alberta River Rat Society is seeking a recreational land lease to replace dispersed random camping with a single hardened site operated at zero cost to taxpayers. This has been an existing site since 2022 with approval to set up the backcountry campsite by the province after an on-site inspection in 2021. The campsite is located on the south bank of the North Saskatchewan River within section 35 and 36 of Township 3914 west of the 5th. It is located southwest of the Saunders-Alexo development node near Gap Creek. The not-for-profit societies are requesting a letter of support from council or a motion for council to write to Forestry and Parks, recognizing that a managed seasonal site is preferable to the growing footprint of unmanaged camping at the Gap. The background information provided by the society is attached for your reference, and should council wish to provide their support to the society, administration would prepare and send the letter of support as directed.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions in regards to this request? Councillor Mello.
So this request was sent to myself and I believe Councillor Radcliffe, and I forwarded on to the CAO. For the Alberta River Rat Society, I honestly think that they're doing great work, and I value the work that they're doing. As for the actual location, I don't know that I have enough information to fully say one way or the other on the actual specific location, and I don't know if we should be weighing in on the actual land locations of where these are located, but rather the the Alberta River Rats Society as a whole. I'm hoping I'm explaining that well, because without understanding any competing uses and all of the stuff that goes with it, it makes it very difficult to say, yes, this right here is the spot that we as Clearwater County approve. I don't think we have enough information to say this spot right here we approve. I think that we can, and I would be happy to have us write a letter endorsing the Alberta River Rat Society and what they stand for, and hope that they work through the process with the Alberta government on securing a lease. But to endorse a specific location one way or the other, unless you have more information, I don't know that we have enough information to do that. When we give out development permits, particularly on sensitive land areas, we have hundreds of pages of land information, and we don't necessarily have that here. I 100% agree in principle what the Alberta River Rat Society is doing. In fact, I personally have written a letter supporting what the River Rat Society does. But an actual direct location, I don't know that we have enough information to specifically endorse this particular location.
Yeah, it's two full sections that they've whether they intend to actually have the lease within those two full sections or just an area within those two full sections. There was no map or anything provided. So whether you reference just whatever their application applies to, because obviously the province would draw up boundaries for that lease area depending on if they're prepared to give them that or not. So we could reference the lease area that may be approved by the province within those sections, or just generally their support of the Gap Creek area, the lease in the Gap Creek area, and leave it more vague for the specific area. It's just they're kind of hoping for support for this specific lease, which would identify an area. Like the province, when they give out those leases, they do, there's other ones in the Crown Land areas where they kind of cross over like 3 parts of a section or something, and they do kind of draft up boundaries for those areas. So it'd kind of be up to them to determine where the boundary locations for that. So it just depends on how specific you want to be.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Was there a motion made already?
No.
No. Okay.
Discussion.
In addition to what Councillor Melhoff has presented, in discussions with the province, well, the field people of the province, where environmental protection laws practices are most successful is where a user group is, they're basically enforcing it with their members and trying to straighten out people who are out of bounds. So I think this is a great approach they're trying to do. The location is absolutely between them and the province. So I would make a motion that council sends a letter of support to the Alberta River Rat Society supporting their application for a recreational land lease with Alberta Forestry.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions in the motion? I know myself, I did get the email as well, and I did see an attachment that the local MLA, Minister Nixon, had also wrote a letter of support, and I also seen that past MP Gerald Soroka had wrote a letter of support to them as well. My experience actually in the last 10 days is I went to Lake O'Hara. That is a tenting, that is a lottery draw in the Yoho Park. I can understand that this being very, very similar. So if you would like to go, you register first. First come, first serve, and of course it absolutely helps to limit the people. If it's a priority to them, it is 2 3-night stays at Lake O'Hara. It's a one-way in and a one-way out. It's a very controlled way. There's also a lodge up there. If you've got $2,300 a night for a minimum 3-night stay, give her. But as far as the tenting and the environmental impact, it was I so appreciated the the guidelines that were imposed, the rules that were imposed. Do we have anything in our new LUB that we just approved in regards to that land use designation that would help us with this letter of support, other than when it would go to a development permit as Councillor Melhoff has suggested?
Yeah, so this area, given its location, would just be under our crown land designation in the new land use bylaw. So there's a variety of recreational type things that could be allowed in there per the province. So yeah, it really depends on what the province approves and what they come forward with, but I definitely think it could be something that could be approved under that.
Perfect. Councillor Northcott, and then I'll go to Councillor Gibson.
I'm not sure if I have enough information to support the motion at this point in time. Ms. Gilman, you said this application would be for a lease for 2 sections of land, roughly, in area of size?
Yeah, they just kind of general, the 2 sections, they didn't give a map or anything that shows a specific location within those 2 sections. In the map, the Gap Creek does go through parts of that area, so I'm not sure if they intend to have it directly adjacent to the creek. So yeah, it's pretty general right now, so I think they're just hoping for a letter of support for within that area and near Gap Creek for that development. What that, like I said, what that area specifically identifies would end up being up to the province. So at this point, it's not set in stone.
It's roughly 1,280 acres.
Yeah, and it may not be the whole thing, they've just generally referenced that area.
Is there enough room out to make it an even playing field for every other not-for-profit society in Alberta? Would they all be able to, would there be room to fit every not-for-profit that would request a lease for 1,280 acres roughly? To make it higher?
Out there, maybe. There's a lot of crown land, I mean, whether it's near anything that you can actually access,
Would there be any
probably
crown land left
debatable.
after if that was granted?
What's that?
Would there really be any crown land left if that was to take place?
Possibly not. They're still wanting to allow people to use that area. They're just wanting to manage it environmentally, just to make sure it's used well. They're not really trying to significantly restrict people. They're just wanting to make sure that it's used in a, like, kind of in the Sasquatch way, in the responsible manner, yeah.
Was there a time, I may have missed it in here, is there a time frame for the length of the lease? I may have missed it in here, but.
I didn't notice one specifically.
So at this point in time, I don't have enough information to be able to support the motion.
Councillor Gibson?
I would like to support the motion, because we're not designating a particular site in the motion that was given to us. It's just for the Gap campsite. Now, where that falls or where the approval is by the province is up to them. So it would be between the Alberta River Rats and the land lease with Alberta Forestry. So I will approve of this motion.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I actually had a question for Councillor Radcliffe. I just wanted to confirm that your motion isn't specifying a specific location. It's just the principles of the Alberta River Rats Society that we support and the ways in which they plan on conducting themselves and have been conducting themselves. I just want to confirm that.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Yes, that's correct. The amount of land, the exact location will be between the society and the province. So we're just supporting the environmental protection in that area.
Excellent. Thank you for the confirmation. I will support the motion. As I said earlier, I don't think that I don't know that I could support a motion if it did have a specific section, township, range road, et cetera, because like Councillor Northcott, I also do not feel that we have enough information to specifically say that this place is the best place for it. But I do believe we can support the philosophies of the Alberta River Rats Society, which your motion indicates. So thank you.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you. And having read the submission from the society, I see what their intent is. I think it was fairly thorough what they had described, that they were not going to create a commercial operation there. They were merely, as a volunteer group, wanting to maintain some level of cleanliness and environmental stewardship there, I think, which is very admirable. And I think the ultimate covenant is going to be between them and the province anyway. With a letter of support, they may be able to further solidify that relationship to a beneficial level for our community.
Councillor Northcott?
Again, I guess before council was to endorse a letter of support for a recreational land lease on Crown lands. I don't know whether, there's I think a lack of information here. I don't know what other efforts could be taken to reduce negative environmental impacts or what have been taken in the past. So I don't know what other efforts could be done or have been done to try to reduce negative environmental impacts if that's truly what this is about. So again, I don't have enough information. I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. All right, motions on the floor. Any other comments or questions? Call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you. All right, well, we'll move now into this report section, which is 6.1, which is the CAO report. Turn over to Chief Evans, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. The September 9th CAO report. The Economic Developers Alberta Invitational Golf Tournament. This year, the EDA is hosting their Invitational Golf Tournament in Sherwood Park on September 18th. The event is truly a unique and strategic opportunity for Alberta municipalities to focus on investment attraction. Economic Developers Alberta, EDA, is the primary organization supporting economic development professionals in Alberta, providing resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy for sustainable economic growth. As per Council's policy, Council authorization for attendance and remuneration would be required.
I do know that Councillor Cermak was wanting to go, so I'm happy to make the motion that those that are interested, please register with or please let Jenna know and she'll register you. So I'll make that motion. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. So the JUPA, which is the Joint Use Planning Agreement. At the June 10th regular council meeting, council reviewed the Wild Rose School Division. JUPA, since the meeting, administration has met with Wild Rose with suggested amendments. Currently, both partners are working towards bringing that agreement updated draft JUPA back to council for further feedback and direction. Thank you.
Just for information. Thank you. Looking for a motion to accept the CO report for information. Okay, Councillor Gibson, and then all those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on now to section 6.2, which is verbal council reports. And we're doing this before lunch, and I'm just like so excited. So anyways, that's okay. It's all good. Go ahead, Councillor Mella. Please start us off.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm going to try to keep it brief here. Everybody's back to school, which is fabulous to see all the kids' smiling faces back to school. And a special shout out to Station 60, who did a crosswalk and visibility on day one. Brought out fire trucks and had the lights on so that people know that school was back in. I just wanted to ask, do we do that do all the stations still do that? I know that they used to. I know that I was asked, because I posted it on my social media thanking them, and I was asked, is there a way to extend it so that all the stations do that? I honestly thought they did. I know we did when I was there. And if they don't, I'd love to see this initiative extended. It was great to see Station 60 Rocky do it, and it'd be fabulous to see the Station 20 Condor, 10 Leslieville, and 30 Caroline do the same. It absolutely puts a huge smile on the kids' faces to see those trucks there, but more than that, it really does provide the visibility to slow down drivers that aren't used to the last 2 months of having to slow down at crosswalks. So if that's something that we can request that if there's time, obviously, we're not gonna take away from an emergency. That would be completely inappropriate. But if it's an initiative that they can take on at the other stations, I think that would be fabulous, because it's truly something the community seems to really enjoy. So that would be great. I had the health engagement AGM and follow-up meeting for the health engagement team. And congratulations to Lori Pratt for being reelected as the chair of that group. She's a Clearwater County representative on there. The marketing that we did at the Chuck Wagons went extremely well. It was very well received. We did a video for that, and I believe I brought that up at our last council meeting as well. But we are working on actually getting the analytics of how often it was actually viewed, so that we can bring that back for information for council, so you can see how valuable it was for the community. We have 3 IENs coming to acute care here in the fall, and housing has been secured for the first couple. We're working on getting some housing set up for a couple of others, and the surgeon is set to come in this fall as well. It's unfortunate that we've been without one for this time, as it's my understanding that the meeting that we as joint councils had with the CAOs of the various healthcare groups had stated that they would have one in the interim, and that has not happened at this point. Also, the construction of the secondary OR is delayed due to sprinkler system issues and HVAC problems at the hospital. So we're hoping that will be solved soon. And we still have some beds at the hospital that are currently shut down due to nursing shortages. And we continue to have 12 ALC patients that are holding up acute care beds within the hospital. So hopefully we can find some solutions to a better level of care for those patients. Looking forward to that taking place. We're working on coordinating another skills day. That was done in May at the high school. Very well received, so the high school is hoping that we look at putting on one again. And the RPAP Rhapsody nominations are currently open right now. So we're working through whether we are going to nominate healthcare heroes in our community for that as well. And there's 18 bursaries through RPAP available. So any kids that are working on going through school for healthcare, it is the fall, so apply for those bursaries. And there's also bursaries for currently practicing members in order to go to different conferences and continue their education to be the most up-to-date as possible. So just a quick update on that. Also went to the gun range grand opening for what is said to be one of the longest ranges in the country. I have no idea how those marksmen and women can make those shots. That's clearly a gift that I have yet to hone yet. I say that intentionally because maybe one day I will, but it's super cool to have that right here in our very own community. And just a reminder about the Medicine River event happening on Sunday the 14th. We're having a bunch of different artists come out and showcase their views of the river, and the kid version of that is in the evening, and then there's also a dinner for looking at all of that amazing art. So you can RSVP to that group for this 14th, and the Leslieville Block Parody is on Saturday, and I am very much looking forward to heading over there with my family as well. So I will pass the floor over if there's no questions.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Gibson?
Sorry, I just have a question. Yes, it would be very helpful if we could get the fire trucks to do that, because we actually have crosswalk lights. And we watched, the other day I was sitting on Main Street and I watched a number of kids just dart out and not give the Sundays or anything else a chance. If they push the bloody button, sorry. Then at least it would have given the drivers a heads up. So I think it would be very helpful if we got the firemen there and, basically instruct the kids. This is what you do at the 2 crosswalks, because there's one right at the hairdressers and Nasmith's restaurant, and then there's one a block further east. They both have the flashing lights, so it would be very helpful if the kids get a reminder, this is what you gotta use and this is what you have to touch. The other thing is, do all the schools get an update on what bursaries and stuff are available to them? I.e. the ones you were speaking about?
And Councillor Mullen?
I do my best to coordinate with the contacts that I have for the schools and send them all the information. But I can try to do more, but I send that out, and so does RPAP out to the schools that we can. I do believe I need a new contact for the school in Caroline in order to send it out to them, because I believe they have a different person running their, I think, do they call it comms? Like comms or the employment readiness program. Absolutely, we can send it out to them as well. And I know that they also have a close working relationship with the Sundry retention group, and they are invited to their different skills days down there. So they might be getting information from them, and maybe that's why mine is bouncing back, because there's an overlap there for sure. But if somebody has a contact for the teacher in charge of that program this year, I'm happy to forward the information on to them.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you very much. And as Councillor Milhoff always does, just a thorough presentation of activities. It's hard to follow that act, but very little to report. Definitely want to thank the CPOs for being a presence within my community for the opening school days. I think it was appreciated by everybody there as well. As great to see those doors being shown and keeping people conscious of our school children, excited to go to school those days. I will kind of highlight an event I went to outside of our county. It's in Red Deer County, and if you follow the Western Star and read inside the paper, not just the wraps that are on the outside, but if you read inside, you've probably been following a story about a gentleman that's created a model train or a scale train track, and he opened it up on the weekend as a charity benefit for the Stollery and I believe the Children's Hospital as well. Raised many thousands of dollars. It was absolutely super well attended. But when I was there, I was talking with another Clearwater County resident who kind of alluded to the success of the train, not only there, but in the Leslieville Antique and Model Club, and suggested that maybe as a tourist promotion for our mine site in our most westerly hamlet, that could be a potential relatively low-cost attraction to bring people there and bring a new group of people to enjoy the history of that site, as well as getting a real perspective of how important coal locomotives and all that was to that development of that hamlet. So it was just something I thought I'd pass along to this council that was very well received by the public and could be a tremendous addition to that as a destination point in our county. So with that, I'll pass the torch to the next participant.
Quick question, that is on private property, correct?
It is on private property. I think he has filled an entire acreage with a very complex, well-designed scale train, big enough that people and children can ride on and get a really, it's a very park-like setting, just incredible the work that was done there. And I think the community, or the larger community, responded very well to it, and the funds were raised to benefit children in those hospital settings and families in those hospital settings. So I think a great event, and I think it just shows the level of interest that the public has in those kinds of things. And since we don't necessarily ride on trains very much anymore, and the younger generation doesn't have that connection of what a train or what a passenger train is all about, this is a way to do it in a much more approachable, safe way. And also, of course, these are scale models that could be used very economically, and you don't have to be a steam engineer to run a small locomotive around the track. It was quite impressive to see how the community responded to it.
Awesome. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I was intrigued by Councillor Lougheed's use of low-cost attraction for Nordic. And he clarified it later on in his comment, that these are models.
Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, my council report isn't overly long, but I attended a community futures meeting. Just a reminder for people, they have a program, it's called Launchpad. So if anybody wants information or would like to do, they offer modules online for, it's called, Launchpad, and it's for business planning and marketing. So that's available, it's free. Also attended a Clearwater County, Clearwater Library Board meeting. It used to be the Caroline Library, and then there was Nordegg, but they've merged together. So anyways, it's Clearwater Library Board. There was discussions about funding, budgeting, and we're still going. It's just a whole, it's all new, right, to merge the Caroline Library and the Nordegg Library Board together. But it was a good meeting. So that's all I have to report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reglin.
Thank you. I don't have much to report, although I don't feel I was any less busy than usual. I spent a couple of days at the Shunda Creek Campground. That was my summer vacation, and took in Nordegg days. That Shunda Creek Campground has got to be the nicest campground I recall ever being in. It's well treed and spacious. The Nordegg Days Market and Car Show occupied the entire upper area around the church. It was great. Quite a few people there, definitely more than last year. I also met with some local people who were upset about their dust control being worked up and returned to dusty gravel with no notice or options, where they might have arranged to have the dust control rejuvenated or have it replaced with calcium or something. So they're left with dust. I also attended the opening of the Rocky Rod and Gun Club, their new long range gun range. It's another great amenity into our community that attracts people into our community, of course, into Ward 5. Trust a politician to claim somebody else's work. So there were a small number of people there, and it was definitely loud. Even through the spotting scopes, you could hardly see those targets. So, having the only one in Canada of that size, it's another claim for Clearwater County. And that is my report.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Gibson.
My report is going to be very short. Unfortunately, I had a migraine, so I couldn't attend the event at the museum. I did attend the library board meeting last night. There's a lot of growing pains on getting the library board up and running because it's kind of all new to all of us. So, sorry, we're struggling through, but I'm sure that we are getting there slowly but surely. So then this week is busy for me. So last night I had the library. Tomorrow I have FCSS. Thursday I have the library again, which is Parkland. And then on the weekend I will be attending the Cowboy Poetry event in Caroline. And that is it until the next time.
Perfect, thank you. Is it a sold out event at Caroline at the Cowboy event? Do you know? I know it was last year. I assume it's very close.
I'm pretty sure it's close to it, but I can twist arms.
There you go. There you go. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that.
I've been told.
Yeah. That's exciting. I think it's the third annual Cowboy Poetry. Last year was the second time. This year it's third, so it's awesome. Since the last council meeting, the next day I went to our 2020 Youth Bid Committee did a final review of the bid that we submitted to the GOA, and I'm pleased to say that that was been submitted, and now we wait on pins and needles until mid-December to see any of the outcome. And I do believe if we are chosen as one of the finalists, they send a delegation to have a tour of each proposed bid. I also went to Nordic Days, needed to go for an ice cream, so we took my granddaughter and we was pleased to see the great turnout, as Councillor Ratcliffe has mentioned. The most of the upper area in the commercial historic core was filled, and you could hardly park. Like, you were finding a long ways to walk, which was fantastic. And nice to see that community get that opportunity to see the community in that way. As I mentioned just earlier, I stopped at, I had the lottery to stay 2 nights at Lake O'Hara. What's interesting to me is it's an 11-kilometer walk up or a bus, that's it. And if you're not chosen to have a tent site, you're free to walk up and do the trails up there or not. I met a young lady from Atlanta, Georgia, who happened to walk up. And I asked her what the rest of her plan was. She was going to Jasper. The rest, this was at 9 o'clock in the morning. She's like, I could be in Jasper at 9 o'clock tonight. And this was brought up at the Nordegg Tourism Roundtable with the Premier, and that is, it would be nice to have something on that sign at the crossing that says Nordegg X amount of miles. Because when I mentioned to her, you know, are you gonna make a stop in Nordegg? She's like, I don't see it on the map. Like, she wasn't looking for it. She's seen Rocky Mountain House, but she did not see Nordegg. So I think it's maybe an opportunity for this council to actually advocate to, it'll be our MP, because it is, to say that we would like Nordegg on that green sign to say X amount of kilometers in. I think that's really, would be a huge disservice to our tourism operators out there if we didn't help advocate for that. Last Friday, it was the CRMA meeting. There's going to be one resolution brought forward at the next RMA conference, and it's being brought by Ponoka County in regards to surface and groundwater monitoring. So this isn't about the water issues that the oil and gas are using. It's not anti-oil and gas, but it's just how are we, the resolution was not complete. Reeve McLaughlin had not completed it yet. He was just more or less giving us a bit of a highlight of how he was going to be presenting it. Mountain View County was seconding it, and so we will see that when we go for our meeting on October 2nd to Statler County. Much of the verbal reports from the other counties were just basically discussing some of their announcements within and their wins in their respective councils and for their respective counties. And yeah, you will see that report in full when we go to our meeting on October the 2nd. After that, I was at the long range, and I did wait long enough, and they did get to shoot a gun. They had to change it to a left because I'm a lefty, because they were all shooting right. So it was very interesting. The fellow that I shot, his firearm was no kick. I was actually very surprised. Very impressed that there was MPs from Newfoundland, MP Rowe and MP Bailey from Red Deer that were out. And actually, MP Rowe kind of challenged Alberta, saying that they had the most per capita firearm owners in Newfoundland versus Alberta. So I'm not sure that's true, but the challenge is out. Yeah, at least we register. And then last night, I attended the Unstoppable Nonprofit meeting with Councillor Ratcliffe. And there's going to be a follow-up meeting in the beginning of October, and just the consensus that that particular group is probably going to go forward with a foundation, and what that looks like. There'll be more information going forward. So that's my report. So of that, I'll look for a motion to accept the verbal reports for today. Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. So looking at the time at 12:15, we will take our lunch break and come back in a half an hour, please. and welcome back. We just finished our lunch break, and we are at item 7 in the agenda, which is correspondence. There was one letter there from the Nordegg Library volunteers. Other than that, I just would look for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Councillor Ratcliffe, thank you. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Moving on now, there's no notices of motion today. Now moving on to closed session. And so I'll look for a motion to go into closed session. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. All those in favor? And that's carried. And welcome back. We have no motions coming out of closed session. So therefore, we'll continue on in the agenda, which is item 10, which is adjournment. Anybody would like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Northcott will make that motion. All those in favor? And it's carried. Thank you.